went through it at the end.
North Dakota, don't you know?
There you go.
Yeah.
That's his. You got it. That's his.
I just don't like the implications of it.
Well, whatever. That's his.
I don't have a problem supporting them, but I just don't know how I have
That's his.
I get the point of it. Just didn't know if they just had normal 5 months.
Well, you saw the sign, but hey, whatever.
I'll ask. I'm just the whole like flags. Let's go down to the it's just like it's so expressive. I'm very much just I'm not.
Nothing personal. I'm just other question.
Tony, can you hear everything okay?
Everybody's gonna have it. Now, plug it in.
Feeling much better today. I was just talking about being too much yesterday.
Testing.
Thank you. Okay, go. I owe you one. Thank you. It's here somewhere. Here it is. There you go. You're welcome. Hopefully
Can you say something?
Can you hear me? Thumbs up. Can you hear me?
You can hear it.
Oh, okay.
We can't hear you.
We're talking to the computer.
I think it's like
There you go.
Go down to your volume.
there we go. We're good.
We hear you now. We hear you now.
Yeah, that was fast. Is that good, Lisa? About the quorum table here. Can't move it.
Yeah, I know. That's the better.
It's okay.
Get that out of the way. We don't need that.
You don't need that.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Working.
You guys are not that.
They should have been on the list last month. Mike should have ordered one.
It was.
I think we just need new microphone cords.
Whatever.
You're loud and clear. Maybe we'll have you just say everything, Tony.
Tony's in the camera.
Oh, I can do that.
Testing.
That's good.
Okay, you got it. What do you think? As every month, it's the same old thing. I submit it for $106.
You don't? Me either. I know, I'm also.
It's just getting it down to the price. I
don't think that was hard.
Yeah.
It doesn't work, you can just find
Steve, can you hear me? Steve, can you hear me? Steve's good.
And Lord knows. Because I had a hard
This is the beginning of a new era.
Yeah, I've been dealing with
In order to prevent a lot of like feedback or whatever, you will have to speak close to the microphone. The closer you get to it, the better it's going. Well, not that much, but the closer you get to it, the better it will sound. Yes. Other than that, you're not really going to be much louder if you're just staying away from it. You gotta use the microphone, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Go things over, guys. It's fine. Shit, killing it.
Good morning.
Morning.
9:06. Welcome you to our regular meeting for April 20th. If you'd all like to stand,
Moment of silence.
we can have a moment of silence.
All phones off, please.
I pledge allegiance
To the
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
honor the
Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
That does not flow very well. Who's going
It's too low, right? It's in John's island, okay? It's there for John. Texas flag at the bottom.
See, on establish a quorum, we have all 5 board members, 4 are present, and 1 is here remotely. So let us begin by looking at the minutes.
Make a motion to approve the minutes from the regular board meeting, March 16th.
I second.
All in favor? Unanimous. All right, secretary's report. I don't think we have anything.
Not that I'm aware of at this time, Lisa.
One came in letter.
That's for report.
That's for who's?
Second.
Oh, okay, that's for today. Treasurer's report.
All right. Okay, so we had, in March, we had a total income of around $176,000 and change. And fiscal year since October 2023, we got almost 1.2 million total income. Our net income was, now you guys, it's 5,051 for March and about 46,000 and change fiscal year. We got 20 grand in the motel. Thank you, Eclipse. No, that wasn't from the Eclipse, was it? No, that was the month before, so this month's been even better. Got some member transfer fees, 3 grand, transferring some lots. Mostly that was me. Oh, we got our money into Fidelity, a decent amount of it. I haven't seen the latest totals, but the last statement had 3 days in there, and we got $72 for 3 days. So maybe closer to $1 grand for the next month. We maybe get a little more money in there. All right, we're good. I'm good.
All right, I'll give my final board report.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Just a clarifying question. I don't know the answer to this, but on our total bank accounts, we show 681. Is that the actual number, or is that minus?
It
Well, two
doesn't,
questions.
I don't think that shows the fidelity.
It doesn't show the fidelity, and it does it show the surety bond?
No,
Just in case a member says,
I
hey, last
don't,
month.
I don't think. Does it?
It does show the surety bond, but
But it
I'd have to check on the fidelity.
I feel like somebody might ask about that, and I just wanted to have an answer for it.
My last board of directors report, because as you can see over here, we have Ms. Charlene Cavender, our new GM. She will be giving reports from now on on the state of things every month. I did want to say a couple of things. I know we had a discussion about the hazard mitigation plan, and there was some discrepancy on whether we were under our own or fell under the county, and we were notified that we are not our own entity to make the hazard plan. It comes under the county, for those that were wondering about that. The annual meeting, I just want to say it was well attended. The luncheon was great. The weather was perfect, and there was water in the pool. We may have to wait till fall to see that again, but hopefully not. The only other thing is we sent out, I think it was a month and a half, 2 months ago, statements to all those that were delinquent and letters to the entire association for updated email and information. And we received a lot of people coming in and bringing their accounts up to date, but we still have a lot of delinquent. So our next step is to, is to contact those people and either get them on a payment plan, or we will be sending them to collections. We just want to let people know we're reaching out to them and that we're doing everything we can to bring those things up to date. And I think that was it for me. So let's go right into the committee reports, unless anybody else has something they want to add. Okay. Airport. There's one now, and just tell me to have it. Okay. Then what you want to read the airport?
Yeah, I'll read that. From the airport committee, in April, there were 2 member guest visitors that flew in. One stayed overnight in the motel, and the other was a day trip. Our new member joined the airport with his plane. The airport was mowed twice and treated for mesquite as part of our spring cleanup. A total of $835 in airport committee funds were used for this maintenance. During the summer, the overgrown area will need to be mowed by FCA maintenance. We will coordinate with the general manager and maintenance to get that scheduled. Normally, we provide a report through email for the meetings. However, February and March 24th, the airport committee did not submit a report due to personal matters. The activity that occurred during that time was that 5 member guests visited. The runway was mowed as needed and the holes were filled. Golf committee. The golf committee will soon have applications available for the 2 $1,000 scholarships that we award every year. Any senior interested in applying for those scholarships should check with the office at the high school. They should be available for pickup by the end of April. Our next tournament is the 6th annual Cajun Bash in Shrimp Boil. $100 per person, $400 per team. This is a real fun tournament with men's and women's long drive and closest to the pin, mulligans, and fag games on the course. Following play as the Shrimp Boil. All proceeds to go to Fort Clark Golf Course for improvements.
No, that's it. Side. All right. And of course, is architecture. It's not Freudian, I swear, Francis. Good morning.
The architecture committee has met once since the last meeting due to a lack of permits. That meeting resulted in the committee making a mistake which led to the Sanderson variance sent to you. We neglected to check the CCNRs for Unit 36 before ruling on the shed to be built, and after approving the permit, discovered it's twice as big as the allowed size in that unit. This was an honest mistake, and if we had ruled against the permit, the Sandersons would still have to come to you for a variance. We have 2 people interested in joining our committee, and we will be voting on them this Tuesday, and then submitting them to you. Respectfully submitted, Francis Bennett.
Ms. Francis, can I ask you a question regarding the architecture committee? I know I've spoken to you outside of here regarding the issue with those trailers on behind Chandler.
Yes.
Is that still ongoing, or they've been moved, or?
Are you speaking of the Cook trailer?
Well, there's 2 like travel trailers that I supposedly were not supposed to be, and the architecture committee had addressed it to them.
Well, y'all addressed the one in Unit 3 and made a ruling on that.
No, not Unit 3, the one behind Chandler.
I only know of one back there.
Jason, it's the one
The
over there
one
with
Payne
the trash.
Street, I believe. It's the street that goes behind the 49ers and ends like at Conrad's.
It's behind Chandler Street.
Payne Street.
Hey,
Hey,
yeah, that one we were working on. That trailer is supposed to be moved to Unit 15.
okay, there's 1 or 2 trailers.
There's only one that I'm aware of.
Okay, so they've been asked to move?
They told us that they were moving it, where they have a limited amount of time to get that done.
Jason,
And then we'll violate.
are they still
them
there?
Yeah, last time I'll
Yeah,
check back
as
there all
far
the
as
time.
I know, they're still there.
Okay.
The one is still there.
Just timeline, when they're supposed to be out of there? Would you know?
No,
Okay.
I'll have to look at what the violation said to them. They have a certain amount of time when we send them a violation letter.
Okay.
And I don't know when that runs out.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have those all in your head?
No.
Thank you, Francis. All right, preservation.
At our last meeting, we had an election. And so who was elected? I was elected as chair. Jack Marsh is vice chair. Eva Huey is secretary. And Sharon Greger is treasurer. The rest of our committee members consist of H.M. Bitters, our past chair, Jan Metcalf, Bruce Milano, and Steve Gillen. We want to thank H.M. for his leadership as chair over the past several years. He's been great, and we're so happy he's able to continue on the committee. We also want to thank Tony Hatfield for all his service as a board liaison. He shows up at meetings and he is very active with us, so thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Francis. We'll recycle.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I have here a certificate of recognition for 2023. And it says we collected 33 tons of stuff, but the real number is 35. Gotta correct the Keep Texas Recycling in Austin. And the reason is because they didn't count the 2 tons that we sent, and they didn't figure it in their report. So I'm still waiting. The check is in the mail, they told me. Yeah, everybody heard that. I should get $375 yet for a little over 2 tons. So they sent it, they told me, Thursday a week. So we're still waiting. And I don't know if it was lost in the mail but anyway, we're hoping they're going to reissue a check, I guess, next week. So it's crazy. Comes from Austin. Let's see, what else? I probably would love to have more volunteers. The summer is coming, and the wonderful people that go back to their homes in Minnesota or wherever are gone or going. So if anybody would love to work 2 hours a month, please give me your name. I usually work with people the first time, so to get you oriented. So it's really a fun job because you get to see a lot of people. So that's great. I guess that's all.
Elena, I can vouch that it is fun working there.
Thank you. So what else? Question from Karen?
May I ask a question? I was just curious, what's the stance on the new building there that was put up? And my other question is, the check that we get, is it earmarked for recycling or does it go to the general fund?
No, happily, the board allowed us to have, in the accounting department, to have our own recycling line.
Cool.
So the money, instead of going into the general fund and kind of a black box, so now it's going to recycling. So that's great, good for the board. Status of the building, we're filling it up, believe it or not. As we build bales, they get moved into the building. As we fill boxes that we're not going to bale, they go into the building. So it's great. The building is super. We're happy. Everything's going great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Elena.
Thank you.
Cassie, can we put out a dispatch for recycle for the summer? Summer
Volunteers.
For volunteers, okay. Thank you, Helena.
Yeah.
And just to remind everybody and anybody that's listening, I mean, that's a lot of tonnage that we have saved, not only the environment, but we've saved from our own landfill, which extends the life and saves us money. So we appreciate everybody that continues to take to recycling. Community Council.
The Report Card Days and Solar Eclipse T-shirts are now on sale at the Sutler Store. Those of you who need a reminder about the Sutler Stores, every Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4 p.m. that it's open. We appreciate your help in
1 to 4.
Oh, pardon me, 1 to 4, pardon me. 1 to 4, excuse me. Okay, Report Card Days. We didn't have our usual numbers due to marketing. We will be doing more marketing. We will also be trying to get more vendors, historians, and musicians for 2025. Would like to have different little events to raise money for 4 days throughout the year. The raffle. We ended up with 100 tickets sold. Our winner is Aaron Talamantes of Unit 3. We will be discussing where these funds will go. We'll be having 3 more raffles in the year. On the eclipse, we had a lower turnout than expected, and we're still getting final count. Commissary bathrooms, they haven't been fixed. Phillips stated that the lines from the toilets to the sewers are very short. The sewer gets backed up, making the toilets non-functionable. We are wondering if the lines belong to MUD or the port. At Adult Center asbestos, Travis Huey stated there's a FUDS program, FUDS program, is something is worth looking into. Peterson was looking into this but never finished. The Post Theater floor, memo stated someone donated wood for the flooring. Annabelle says she will investigate for grants for historical theaters. We also need to do something about the drainage on the west wall outside for when it rains. Tom Kovacs has done 2 training classes for AED, first aid, CPR. Stephanie has been certified and had Tom's AED with her all weekend for the Eclipse event. We would also like to see money from the raffle go to helping the fort to have AED machines available for use. also help security with uniforms. He is writing us a proposal. First Friday, Community Council will be selling beer outside and beer and concessions in the Post Theater. We will have lots of different things going on that day. The website is fourthfirstfriday.com with all the information. And now Alicia will give us some more extensive report on the raffle.
Hi, I'm Alicia Christian, and we did send a proposal to the community council. I'm part of the raffle committee, and it was approved last night via telephone. So our proposal to the community council, and this is, I'll read what we've written. The community council raffle committee consists of the following members: Tom Kovacs, Alicia Christian, Mary Ann Oliver, Rick Oliver, Ken Tripp, and Maria Sparks. As a nonprofit 501c3, the community council is allowed 4 raffles per year. The first raffle began in January of this year. Tom Kovacs donated the first item, a Henry Golden Boy .44 mag rifle with side gate. Did I say that right? Along with Tom's donation came his vision and desire to improve safety, security, and professionalism throughout the fort. We used an independent online company, Raffle Creator, to conduct our business. Tickets were bought online, and deposits were automatically made to a separate community council bank account specifically dedicated to this raffle as well as those in the future. We sold 100 tickets at $50 each. After the small percentage fee due to Raffle Creator, our take-home was $4,913.63. The cost of goods for the next raffle will be approximately $2,200, giving us a balance of $2,713.63. It is our proposal that we, the Community Council, disperse this amount in the following manner. The cost of goods for our next raffle, $2,200. We leased 2 AED machines for the fort, one for the north side at the gate and one for the south side, perhaps the RV park or golf course. With a 5-year lease, the cost for both will be approximately $1,400. Tom Kovacs has donated a 3rd AED, which will remain with him for now. Also, CPR, and AED training for 12 key individuals throughout the fort would be approximately $500. Training along with life-saving AED machines should be our first order of business. We will need to discuss who should be trained and when. Uniform pants or polo shirts for 10, not sure how many, gate employees, approximately $350, pending further discussion. 3 body cameras, approximately $400. This will leave us with a bank balance of approximately $50. Above are the Community Council Raffle Committee's recommendation. However, if any of these are not approved, then we can hold the money for continued safety, security, and professionalism through the fort. So I have things that explain, like we did have physical tickets, what the next raffle, let me go ahead, it's not very long. Physical tickets were available. The information was entered manually to Raffle Creator's website. A random winning ticket was generated. The winner was Aaron Telemontes, and Stephanie has been, we all called him that day, but Stephanie's going to follow up with him. The next raffle will include 2 items. Henry Golden Boy .30.30 with side gate, and a Ruger SFAR .308. The winner will have the choice, and the remaining rifle will go to the 3rd raffle. This is just the beginning, and we've discussed additional raffle items such as a spa weekend, vacation home, group hunt, etc. We welcome any ideas or suggestions. Should you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to contact one of us directly, and I have provided the contact information below, respectively, the Community Council Raffle Committee.
Alicia, I have a question.
Yes.
In regards, as everyone knows, Community Council is anyone who's a member here on the fort. to the point, monies are gonna be decided by the officers of community council or one or two individuals?
Oh, no, I think it's something that the officers, we're all, this is what we've given them. And so this is something that's up for discussion.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that that money is going to be decided and spent by community council.
Yeah.
And I appreciate Tom's efforts and everyone's efforts regarding the gun raffle.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick note for the eclipse from the fort. Now, it isn't in this month's, all of our financials are for the month prior to the board meeting. So the numbers for the eclipse for the fort will show up on the next one. But we made approximately $23,000 for the weekend on the motel and another, I want to say 13.6 at the RV park, approximately. We don't have the final numbers yet, but just to let everyone know that it was not as good a weekend as everyone was hoping. The clouds were not helpful, but I don't know about anybody else. It was really kind of cool though, and fantastic if we were here. So it'll probably be the last one I see, unless we all want to go to, let's see, North Dakota in 2044.
Yeah,
And
in Spain.
Another one.
Spain.
Oh, okay.
In 2027, I think.
Okay, well, we could do a field trip to Spain.
Lisa, rest assured to the members that what was invested was minimal compared to what we earned, correct?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean,
it exceeded what we invested.
For the fort, yes. For
For
the
the fort.
community council, no. They put in a lot of hard work and a lot of effort. And yeah, I was watching the Facebook, there's a page and people were just going, I'm leaving Texas, I'm going somewhere else, the clouds are too thick. And I mean, people were crazy, just driving, paying their full motel bill and then just leaving and not staying and going somewhere else. So yeah, you can't control the weather. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a raffle. Spain trip.
Okay, we had just the one email vote. Obviously, it was approved to hire the GM, Arlene Cavender. So I would like to give her a few moments. We'd like to welcome her to Fort Clark Springs and let her say a few words or whatever you would like to speak on. Because she's been busy in the whole week she's been here.
Well, first of all, I would like to tell everybody thank you. I am extremely excited to be here. I think this place has amazing potential. I've talked to multiple people since I've only been here. Can you guys hear me?
No.
Oh, all right. I'm so sorry.
I thought I really talked loud anyway, so.
Well, I want to thank you. I think it's an honor to be here. I heard this is going to be a super hard job, but I'm up for it. Just a little background for those of you that I didn't get a chance to speak to yet. I've ran 13 years in military housing. My dad was in the Marines, my son was a Marine, my daughter was a Coast Guard, and I've been around law enforcement my whole life. So working on a historical fort, I couldn't ask for anything better, honestly. But I see a lot of potential, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. A lot. And we need to do some major curb appeal, and there is a lot of areas that I see that I would love to enhance to bring in more income. I already have a first event that we are already planning. It's our Farmers Artisan Market at the Commissary on June 1st, which is Saturday from 8 to 4. And we're getting some really good feedback from that. I hope it becomes something that we can continue. I would love to hear all of your ideas as well. You're part of the community, you all live here. It's important for me to hear that so I can work on what is going to be best for the fort and what is going to be best for the community. I have plans for our courtyard already. I have plans to beautify the front office so it looks presentable. My maintenance are already going to be painting the front gate, the emblems, cleaning it up so it looks really nice when people come in. I have plans for the fencing, but I've talked to Travis and Annabelle, which they said that they had brought this up before. We're going to be talking to them, so I'm really excited about that. So unless people don't like me, and unless I'm not doing a good job, I'm going to be here for a while. Okay? So, let's say thank you. Oh, and if you want to make an appointment to talk to me, Cassie will be taking appointments 2 o'clock and later in the afternoon, so give her a call, and you can get on my calendar. But I'm not going to put the microphone down until I see some smiles. Okay.
All right, Memo's requesting that we move up the variances to the top. Does anybody have an issue with that? No? I keep looking for Tony and he's over there. All right, so the first variance request is for unit 34. Yes, Mr. Napper. All right, variance is for a building to be built at the back side of our property that is proposed to be 16 by 20, which is 320 square feet, which exceeds the maximum requirements as stated in the CCNRs. The maximum allowed is 160 square feet. And it's to be no more than 15 feet in height, which I see that it is. They have that measurement on there. And will be permanently attached to the concrete slab and tied down. So the one is that it exceeds the square footage. And I think, is Mr. Napper here?
He's right here.
Okay.
Mike, come on up to the mic.
Okay. Like 12 foot. Maybe I read it.
I think the picture shows that it's 12, but it's 16.
No, our house is 15, and the proposed shed is 12.
Oh, it's 12 by 20.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The pitch.
Oh, the pitch.
The
Okay.
height is 12 feet.
Okay. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the square footage. And you said it's on the back, because the other thing in the CCNR says that it has to be in the back 20 feet of the property.
It is.
It is, okay. Does anybody have any questions about that? Everybody a chance to look at it?
Mike, I saw text letters, your neighbors to your right and to your left have provided letters to us saying that they do not object that the building be a little bit bigger than what the CCNR stands for. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Any questions?
I don't have any questions. I read through it all. I think the trouble that we have as a board is obviously approving variances and then setting a precedent, because there's two methods of variance and then changing the CCNR. And in this case, I'm personally in favor of it, just because he took it upon himself to get both your neighbors to give you a written approval, which also sets a precedent. And it's my opinion that this doesn't hurt anything. I believe the CCNRs were written in 1993. People's needs for storage sheds have drastically changed. That's evident if you go anywhere in the entire country. There's storage shed units everywhere. So our needs for storage have changed much since 93. So I'm in favor of it.
I'll second that. And I personally went out and looked at the property, and it's going to be a nice addition to his house.
I would like to emphasize what John has just mentioned, and the fact is you have neighbors that have no objection, because by granting a variance of this nature will set a precedent. And I think that the membership needs to understand that if we vote in favor of granting this variance, it's extremely important to note that that does not change the CCNRs. And I know that may seem like a very simple proposition, but CCNRs were crafted and put together, and times do change, and I don't have any qualms with what John has stated, but CCNRs were crafted and put together in an effort to not only help the appearance of areas that are covered by the CCNRs, but as safety measures. And so it's real important that everyone understand that a granting of this variance is exactly that. It's a granting of a variance, but it is not to set a precedent for future construction. I don't have anything against this particular variance. And given the fact that I've read through all the documents and it appears that there's going to be a metal building, there's less likely that if a fire were to occur, that you would have some danger of the fire or the burning of that particular building then spreading to other property owners. But I would just like to emphasize those points that I've made, that with the notion that this is the type of construction that it is, along with the fact that the neighbors have no objection, and keep it to the point that this is the granting of a variance and it is not changing the CCNRs.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, well, I just want to state that, yeah, I agree. I had something, but now it's gone.
Sorry.
No, it doesn't take much. So let's go ahead and make it official, and can I have a motion?
I make a motion that we agree to approve the variance.
We have a second?
Second, the motion to approve.
All right, all in favor? Unanimous?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I
Thank you
do
for
have a-
coming.
Thank you,
You're
Mike.
welcome. I do have a question. How soon will the permit be issued? Today?
This week.
Okay.
Matt can probably have it on Monday, right?
We're heading to Minnesota here. One of the people that are.
What is Monday? Well, Monday,
Monday would be fine.
Matt can have that written up for you, and you can pick it up at the front.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then you can take off for cooler climates.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Ms.
Thank
Bitter,
you.
Ms. Bitter, will you communicate with Matt?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the second variance is in Unit 36, the Sandersons. They also have the same stipulations in that unit for the size of the structure.
Does everyone have a copy of this, or?
Oh, is this the full drawing? Thank you.
I'd like to point out, I went and visited this property last night as well. They own 2 lots, so the storage will be on one of the lots.
Here's the,
I think we have,
you have that one?
we do have that one. Thank you.
So the lot, does the lot line go like this? The Sanderson, is that the lot line?
Between the two.
Yes. And then this is, they have certain colors because it is a Dirksen building, not a metal building. And this was the closest color. This is the existing color of our structure, and this is the color the building will be with the brown, the rusty brown.
Okay, and I think architecture, they have no problem. We're just gonna discuss the size and the,
Okay.
and the shape. I think
Okay.
the rest they have already approved. Is that correct? Okay. So your storage unit is 288 square feet, which also exceeds the 160 square foot.
Yes.
The concern that I ran into for myself was it also violates the other part of the CCNR, because any kind of storage structure is supposed to be in the back 20 feet of the property, not at the front. And your drawing, I think, shows it at the front.
Yes.
So that would be, is there a possibility to move it back?
Not really, because what we want it for is to store it's a garage, but the door looks like a barn door. It's double doors and it looks like a barn door, but it doesn't open like that. It pulls down like a Murphy bed. And then another piece of wood folds down, which makes a ramp where we can drive into it either with our car or our golf cart. And that's why we wanted it closer to the front, so we wouldn't be driving on our grass.
Okay.
I think this might clarify a little bit. It's on a separate lot. It's, it's not like there's a lot and it needs to go to the back. It's the lot next door. They own 2 lots. So the storage is gonna be on the lot.
Right, but the actual CCNR say it has to be at the back of the lot, in the back 20 feet.
But there's no house in front of that lot. There's a lot, the house absorbs 1 lot primarily.
Right.
And then the other one it's open. It's their own property. There's no house there. For them
It's
to
40
put-
by 80.
There's no house to put the thing in the back.
Well, it doesn't specify that it has to be behind the house. It just has to be at the back of the lot. So that I'm just going by what the CCNRs are saying. And the other thing is, and I am sure architecture made you aware of the fact that if you were to sell that lot, you would have to remove the structure if you were to sell it separate from the house.
We wouldn't do that, but no, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. And that's part of Property Code 209, not our CCNRs. When you have 2 contiguous lots, if you sell one off, it has to be, if it doesn't have a house on it, then you have to take it back to its original, which would mean to clear the lot. So that'll have to go in the file. I mean,
We would never be interested in selling the lot. We have a lot of stuff.
And I understand, but you just want to make sure it's clear, because there has been issues in the past of people selling with just a shed.
Yeah.
And it's okay to have the shed because it's considered part of your lot, but we don't have, our property doesn't allow for just a shed. You can't just buy a lot, put a shed on it. It has to be part of your house. And since you have 2 lots, they have to stay together. Does that make sense?
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Does the county see it as 1 or 2 properties?
2.
Oh, okay.
And it doesn't matter, even if the county sees it as 1 property for 209 and the plat, it's considered 2, and you can sell them regardless. Does anybody else have any questions about that or concerns?
From what I'm reading, and maybe I'm wrong, is this proposed building being put within the setback line or
It
property
is.
outside of the setback line?
It's behind the setback.
Okay.
It doesn't go past the setback, but it is farther forward on the property than is allowed.
Right, I understand that.
Okay.
So technically, there's 2 variances in it. The issue of it being the back, and then of the size.
Yes.
Is there the 8x10 shed, does it still exist
It does.
as well? And there's nothing in CCNRs about having multiple storage units on the property?
I didn't see that, no. I didn't see anything
What is
on that.
normally in these packets, we have the architectural committee's recommendation.
It should have been sent to you. I turned it in to.
But there's no
The variance was rewritten to include more detail, so it doesn't say whether the architecture is in favor, not in favor, or ambivalent. Ambivalent.
I think that the problem I'm struggling with is the fact that these variances are so similar that on the prior variance, there's a written okay from the neighbor. Do you think that you could produce that from your neighbor?
Our neighbor's here. No?
Who is it on the architectural committee, the guy with the beard?
Richard Moore.
Okay, he went and talked to both of our neighbors on each side, and both of them were fine with it.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Well, and
Is that correct, Ms. Bitters?
Yes.
if we're to approve it, we would probably just ask maybe if they could just write a note to put in the file.
Yeah, I truly think that's the
Or
place.
Richard can write the note.
I think they signed it. I mean, I would have gone and talked to him had I known that's what I needed to do, but he came and talked to us to explain why they went ahead and approved us and paid our money and got our work permit. And then all of a sudden we called Dirksen and told them, yes, start the building. Everything's good. And an hour after we got off the phone with them, we got a call saying, whoops. So now we're just trying to do the right thing.
No, and I appreciate that I know that was, I appreciate you being here and answering the questions on that.
Is that what Ms. Bitters referred to earlier as having?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so then Richard will just need to submit a letter for the file?
Is that our rule now? Like, neighbors don't care, we just go for it? No, for real, like, those neighbors aren't gonna live there forever, they may move tomorrow. You know, I mean, a lot of things we denied when neighbors clearly said they didn't care. They didn't write it, but they stated it to me and to you, and we printed it hard. So.
No, I don't think it's been a lot of things, Jason.
Well,
it's just been one
thing.
But I think
you're correct on that.
One, I think the thing to compartmentalizing that is that we were talking about a variance in Unit 3 for a RV, which explicitly says no RVs. This is a variance on the square footage of a storage unit, which is already, the door's open.
And in the front of the property. So there's two things that we just discussed is clearly out of the bounds of what it says in the CCR.
Which is why they're here.
Right.
And we do it in open session also, and put that notice out there so that if neighbors have concerns, but ultimately, we're the ones that have to sift through all of it. The variance, the neighbor's consideration, so it's never gonna be black and white for every single one. So I guess that's the point we have to decide.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance with written request, or with, it needs to have written email or handwritten from Mr. Moore saying he's okay with the.
Well, he talked to the two neighbors.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
well,
the one.
I thought you were saying that Richard was your neighbor.
No. He came and talked to us first, and then he went and talked to each neighbor on each side.
Okay, I think if we just get written requests, or, written form from them saying they're okay with it, then I'll attach that to the motion.
I'll second the motion to approve the storage shed.
I just have a couple of comments. Very often, my experience with dealing with municipalities, when a property owner is seeking a variance of zoning, etc., in fact, a notice is posted. I'm not saying we need to go to this extent at all, but very often a public hearing is held where it's not just the neighbors that are asked to comment, but it is in fact individuals that live within a particular vicinity of this property. There's two things here. And Ms. Anderson, I want you to make sure you understand I'm certainly not being critical, but in an effort to preserve the ability to enforce CCNRs, it is important that we be consistent in the manner in which we discuss variances and grant variances. So very often in the past, in my the type of work that I've done, we come across situations where someone asks for a variance and before long they are ignored, and ultimately what happens is we reach a point where we are no longer able to enforce a particular covenant, condition, or restriction. So in this instance, we're basically asking for two variances. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I see it. Number one, John, you pointed out, is the square footage of the building, and number two, the location of the building on the lot. And so this would not just impact the neighbors, but it would impact the community within that area where these CCNRs are enforceable. So I bring that to the attention of the board. I know a motion's been made, a second's been made, and so if any of you have any discussions, maybe I wasn't clear on whether that motion was made with any conditions attached to it. It sounded like it was.
Correct.
Well, I think that's a good point, Tony. And are all of your neighbors, not all of them, but do a lot of them know that you're in here getting a variance?
Vince does, and a vet that lives across the street. And other than that, Bree and Rick are real new, and I don't think they know what we have in mind. Our whole thought was, which the pitch of this is not right and the door is not right, it would look much better than just a carport, where our lawnmower and everything else would just be underneath the carport, plus our car and our golf cart.
Well, and following the logic of what Tony's saying, which I do agree with, which makes these so difficult, does anybody in here have a objection to the variance? Because essentially it does in fact affect the entire community. We make the decision, obviously, but at the end of the day, somebody may have a complaint that's sitting in the room, right?
His name?
So, I don't really want to that's all this up, because I've asked for variances and have received them after, a lot of, having all my drawings and all that stuff put together. But, so I've had two variances in the historic area on a house that I own at 299 Fort Clark Road. And then I've had a variance where I now live in Unit 14, and that was to add essentially a front porch. And so I understand the argument about, or the desire to keep us within our CCNRs. And I would say, as a homeowner and living on 299 Fort Clark Road, my first variance was to enclose half of my front porch, because I'm at the end of one of the barrack buildings. I enclosed half of my front porch, turned it into essentially a bedroom with its own bathroom. And the original barrack buildings at each end had a wood frame room built onto the front porch. So that was my logic that I used for that. And then I wanted to make the rest of the front porch a screened front porch. So then I went and I used the logic that there's a lot of people on that stretch that already had screened front porches, and you assume that they must have gotten a variance to do that. And I understand what you're saying is that then what you begin to do is you begin to like slide the CCNR code because, and I can do the same thing in Unit 14. I can look around in Unit 14 and I can say, there's people who have front porches that like are right on the street. And that was one of the issues with mine was I didn't have it 20 feet back. And so I understand the concerns. And then I also can look around in Unit 14 and I can see there's quite a number of owners there that have clearly structures on the common space that have been there for years. So I think it's a struggle for all of us when we talk about trying to abide by the CCNRs that as they were set up. And then I'll go back in Unit 14. Unit 14 was originally set up as RV only. And the only thing you could have was probably like this little building that you're talking about. And you had to have a building, a little shed in the back. But then by, I think the mid-80s, they had revised the CCNR so you could have single family homes on these 30 by 60 RV lots. And that's actually, what I have. But we bought that in 2002. It was like that. Half of it, the lot was a house and the other half was a drive-through RV pavilion. So if you could say that perhaps the best thing to do is to like get your whole unit together and modify your CCNR so that you can do the kinds of things that we're coming in to ask for variances for because we need more storage or we want to actually have a little house. So I don't think I'm really giving it an answer of it. I just think it's, I don't know. I think it's hard. I think it's hard to, sitting in the audience, I think it's hard to say, well, why is that fair? For one person to be able to come in and get, with their documentation and on one particular day, you get the okay. And then another day you don't. And I know that's what's happened over the years with the various boards and the various architectural committees. And, if we really, maybe the thing to do is to sit down and look at the CCNRs for a unit and then actually look at what's happening in the unit and try to make it uniform. But it's very frustrating. And I feel your frustration. Yeah. And I feel your frustration. And I'm feeling my frustration all over again.
Thank you, Zen. And and I don't want to get us off topic from the variance for the general conversation, but it is the nature of the beast. And yes, it would be great if we could change all of our CCNRs, but it takes a lot of work to do it. And if the unit gets together and works on it and submits it, that's much easier than the board or a committee going through each unit that doesn't have any connection to that unit or anything like that. So, I would love to see, each unit move forward, with the help of either architecture or the board and work on their CCNRs. And I know things get done in the past, this board did that, this architecture committee, and it's the nature of the beast. And all we can do, and all we're trying to do is follow what we have, make, common sense decisions and make sure we dot all our I's, cross all our T's, and, ask all the questions and make sure we haven't missed something so that later on, when some other board's here, they're going, well, why'd they do that? So we're just trying to be clear and not target anybody. That's my
May I make a comment?
Go ahead.
May I make a
Yes.
comment? One of you said we're big on curb appeal. I don't know if it was you or when I drive through a community or a unit, some are not real good at curb appeal. I'm really proud of 34 and 36 for their curb appeal, and I just wanted to say they have a fine looking place. I don't know about the setbacks there, different than ours, but just to let you know, they keep a nice piece of property.
Thank you.
I just want to add, in the spirit of all the variances that I've been a part of, now I'm starting my 4th year. The big picture here is also to be reasonable. And in my opinion, this variance is a reasonable variance for this particular property. And a lot of money, my understanding, a lot of money is gonna be invested. I've seen pictures of the building, it's gonna be a very nice building. It's not gonna be something that's gonna be slapped together. Again, I'm gonna stand by, I will support this variance.
Do you want to restate to clarify the variance?
And we're what we're clarifying that there's actually two variances, is that right?
Two variances, and that we're requesting the two notes.
Before you do that, John, let me add one more thing. Lisa, you mentioned 209 of the property code, and I'm not familiar with that provision that would require them to remove the building. Is that because of the location that they're asking for now? In other words,
No, it doesn't have anything to do with the location they're asking for. It's just that it is a separate lot without a house on it.
Ah, okay.
We've had an issue with that in the past, and it was quite the issue.
Yeah. I can look it up real quick if people want, or if not, I won't.
It might be helpful if you don't mind.
Do you know what chapter it's in?
Hopefully it's on one of my tabs.
.209, for those of you who don't know, is the statute that's been put forth by the state of Texas that applies to all the HOAs in the state of Texas.
Okay, here we go. So this is in 209, section 015. Let's see, I'll start here. An owner must obtain the approval. I'm like doing microphone. The owner must obtain the approval of the Property Owners Association, if applicable, with the architecture review, blah, 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 regarding the size, location, structures, aesthetics, before the owner begins construction or placement. In section D1, or I'll start with D. An owner who elects to use an adjacent lot for residential purposes under this section shall, on the sale or transfer of the lot containing the residence, include the adjacent lot in the sale agreement and transfer the lot to the new owner under the same dedicatory conditions, or restore the adjacent lot to the original condition before the addition of the improvements allowed under this section, to the extent that the lot would again be suitable for the construction of a separate residence as originally platted and provided for in the conveyance to the owner. Does that make sense?
Clear.
Yeah, I pulled it up and read it as well.
Okay.
So what I would like to know is whether Ms. Anderson understands that. I know there was a brief discussion about it, and I didn't sound to me like that was something that they were considering or would consider. And maybe I said that wrong. I didn't mean it to sound critical, but what I meant was that it's important in our variance that be reflected as well. In other words, if we issue a variance, that needs to be noted in the variance so that we have a record or documentation of the fact that that is a condition to this variance.
Yes, and I know in the last couple that I've been a part of that have had that, we have put that in the variance, so it's clear in the file.
We don't really have any plans to ever separate the two properties. We love where we live. We love the area that we're in. We do have a lot of bailouts on 131. And this is another reason we would prefer to have an enclosed garage that's lockable rather than a carport. And that's why we're asking, to have it up closer to the house, where we have actually had someone, when we had our RV Thanksgiving morning, Kim walked outside to walk the dog, and there was somebody underneath our RV, saw the boots sticking out. It's a real deal. So I would much prefer to have something that I could block and have under my control than just an open building. Thank you.
Should there be two motions or just one?
I think we can make it in one.
Okay.
Do you want to restate?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it a second. Okay, I make a motion to approve the variance from Mrs. Sanderson in Unit 36 with written consent from her neighbors, and that it be allowed to be towards the front of the property. And I don't know if something needs to be said, maybe Tony would know about. I'm trying to think of the way to frame this, Tony, but like if any other construction was to be taking place on the property, that that shed or building would have to be then reverted back to the back of the property and the CC&R back 20 feet of the property. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, but it's gonna be a big building.
Yeah, I'm not saying it would ever happen. I'm just, what if somebody, we're sitting here today and we're saying whatever we say, but Ms. Sanderson decides to sell the property in a year from now as a whole. And then the next owner decides they want to build a house on the lot next door, but they build it behind the shed. Now that's going to have to go through our architectural committee, but at the same time,
Well, that's reasonable. It has to be pushed back.
so if any construction was ever made on this lot, the shed would have to be moved to meet CC&R requirements or offset requirements in the back. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm just thinking in the future.
And the letter, it should say the letter written by Richard Moore.
It makes sense to me. It would be subject to chapter 209.015, because certainly when you refer to if construction takes place, you're meaning the construction of a residence.
Yes.
And so that would mean that Ms. Anderson or her successor has sold the property, therefore it's being utilized by someone independent of them. So if a residence is constructed, then the storage building needs to be moved to the back.
But I don't think that needs to be in this variance.
No, I'm
Okay.
not saying we don't need to get that detailed, except make reference to chapter 209.015.
Okay.
Okay.
That's enough.
Okay. I understand. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve with consent, written consent from the neighbors for the variance in Unit 36 for the over square footage and the setback requirements for the storage shed, and also in the future, if any other adjustments are made, we have to follow property code 209.0015.
The only thing, I don't want to sound like a stickler here, but
you're more than welcome to make a motion, Tony.
It's not the setback, because obviously they've already explained to us the building is not within the setback. It's the location of the building. Yeah.
Okay.
Because setback's a term.
I understand that, but the requirement for the setback is, yes, it's a term, but it's still violating the setback of the CC&Rs or where the storage shed is supposed to go. It's supposed to be within 20 feet of the back, and it's not. It's somewhere else, so it's violating that setback.
Yeah, not how we use it, but yeah.
Yeah. Needs to be a different term.
Needs to be a different term than setback.
Okay.
That it is.
Location.
Yeah.
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 I second that motion.
What's up, Travis?
Yeah, we second.
So, in an effort to help get through the motion process, if you separate it into two, it'll make it easier, because one is a part of 209. You're talking about what happens if the property is separated. The other is talking about the CC&Rs. So if you make it two separate motions, you're making it, okay, for the size is the CCNR and the location, and then for the separation would be 209. So if you just separate into two motions, or so that, because there's going to be two separate variances, and there should be two separate variances. You're talking about two different things. I think that'll help the word salad.
Yeah, word salad.
The word salad. I'm sorry. It's just if you separate them, it'll help the word salad.
Well, I disagree on that. It doesn't need to be two motions. I think it can be done all in one. Do you want me to give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Give it a shot.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the variance for Sanderson's to exceed their square footage on their storage shed and the placement at the front instead of in the back 20 feet. And that if the property is to be separated in the future, then property code 209.015 needs to be followed.
Bingo.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
All right.
Opposed?
No.
It's unanimous.
I go for it. I
Woo!
don't like
All
rules
right.
anyways, let's do the variances.
Mary Ann, thank you for your patience, and I know variances are difficult, but if they're a little bit difficult, then, that means we've done our job and made sure that everything is taken care of, but thank you.
Ms. Peters, when can you get a permit?
Monday. I'm texting
We already
that.
have it.
Technically. You'll want the dates.
I feel like Tony enjoyed that more than we did.
I want the finish date to be
Can I ask
Okay.
two questions?
Just come back.
In regards to this?
No.
Okay, no, let's wait.
I just think it's evidence of our keen interest in protecting those CCNRs. We have to do that. And I wouldn't be opposed at all at any effort of any particular unit or multiple units wanting to change their CCNRs, but they'd have to, it's a big undertaking to do that. And so I think this shows our interest in protecting those CCNRs, because if you ever let it get out of hand and you let people do what they want to do that are not in compliance, you ultimately lose the right to enforce those CCNRs.
I agree. Okay, pool closure. And what offense to fill for. So this is just a discussion item on, here we are again, with the season about ready to start and low spring flow. This will be our third year in a row, which I don't know about the rest of you, but I find it disheartening and sad that we're in this place. So part of the discussion is, are we going to fill for certain events? And
The key question is whether or not they can sell us water, and I asked Mr. Fox to come in and give us a little explanation as to what's Mud's position at this time.
why do we know that?
Well, if he, to make himself available, not to present anything. You don't have to call
We want you to give a speech.
3 minutes, Steve.
Nah, Steve, we know how you do.
I'm
25 minutes.
setting my timer, Steve.
Okay, as far as the mud, we just had a meeting. Right now, the wells that we have are about 19 and a half feet low. For those who think we might run out of water for drinking, we've got 600, they're over 600 feet deep. We will not run out of water, but at 19 and a half feet, we're getting kind of close to the danger zone, right? So for us to be able to sell water, they'd have to get up to about 13 feet low. So we wouldn't think about even wanting to ration water until we get about 25, and then we'll be concerned. And then if we get to about 35 feet, which we never have, that's when we can start to ration water.
And the 25 feet is voluntary restriction, is that correct?
That would probably, yes, I would put it in that category.
Okay.
Steve, at this time, Mud cannot sell us water today or tomorrow.
They would like not to do that, no, they would not like to do that. For those that ask the cost, it's about $600 for 1 million gallons, which is kind of a deal which is brokered with, with the board.
Yes. And so that is, and I don't take this in one direction or another. That is that's not a rule that you have at 19 feet. It's just your preference.
Well, we're at 19 and a half down now.
Right.
And we'd like to be 13, 14, but we just need rains. For those that are wondering, we were supposed to get 80% chance today.
Yeah.
In the afternoons with the slight hint of hail, so.
I'm not holding my breath.
We just need rains very, very, very bad.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, could I mention one more thing on the roads also?
Yes, please.
Striping, is that the striping?
This has to do for striping. Okay, we do have what we get from the high school. They have it's a machine we use, but they had let it fall out of repair. So we tried to repair it, and the stripe was really, really thin, so it's been back for repair. We did make a deal with the Fort, and when you make a deal, you make a deal to do it, right? So we are going to do it, but I think we need to do it soon, because it's been talked about, it's been mentioned, and we've had a lot of leaks, but still we need to get to the point to where that is done. The main roads they're going to do are it's for Scales and for Fort Clark Road primarily. We have the paint, and I think we have the machine fixed.
Okay.
If it doesn't happen, in like a couple of weeks, I won't be on the board anymore, but you can go to the mud board, or you can go down the mud, and they'll give you an update.
Okay. So, we'll just let it lie and see what happens?
We need to let it lie, but it's been a sleeping dog. It's time to wake it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Need answer or?
Well, it's okay. I'll go. I didn't know it was had been repaired. The two people that I talked to said that the school used it and they striped some of the fields there, and there's a bunch of grass and everything in the field, in there, and they're trying to clean it up. So that was the main thing.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Kathy.
No, it's full of grass.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Yes.
I think you went under 3 minutes on 2 topics.
Well, we killed 2 birds with one stone.
That happened earlier. I just have one quick comment, and that is, I don't know why we as a community are not more impactful, more involved in the Kinney County Water Board meetings. I've seen most of you all there, and it's not just the rain. It really is. There is some pumping issues, and we're trying to get that straightened out. But losing the pool in Las Moras Springs and all the ecosystems that go all the way down is a travesty. We have got to stop that from happening. It's not just about the pool and our property values. It's about when you walk outside, what do we have? It's fabulous. We've got to come together as a community and support the fact that we've got to get that under control. We're working on it, but love to see more people at the Kinney County Water Board meetings to show our support and learn more about what is going on, what the numbers are, not just, hey, where's the water? We don't have a pool. It's a lot more than the pool, and that's what we need to stand for, because they think, oh, it's just their pool. No, it's a lot more than our pool. It's this whole place. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
I have one more thing. Same thing. Well,
Mike?
I got a couple of, very good. Okay, fine. I talked to a couple ranchers, and you people probably know this, maybe you don't. 2 of them are selling more cattle again because the wells are dry and they're taking a big loss. So it is affecting everybody, but, but they're selling their cattle. They just can't do it. There isn't any water to take care of them. And they are so far down in their well, they don't know where else to go. Just a little bit of input there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
When
I'm gonna say who I am because I never know who's talking. It's Elizabeth Hodges and I live at 321 Fort Clark Road. And I want to always say something positive first. My husband and I took a drive in our golf cart yesterday because I've been attending the groundwater meetings and I hear people who have a misunderstanding about Fort people and that maybe we're abusing our water situation and all we care about is a pool. I saw so many people that are already not watering their grass. If they're watering anything, they're hand watering stuff. You didn't have to be asked to do restrictions. This community cares about this place. I saw it yesterday afternoon. It was amazing. The other thing I want to ask the board to do, there is no Fort Clark if there's not a spring, and we all know that. I think it needs to be an agenda item every time where we talk about spring flow. Don't get into what you think causes it and what you think doesn't. You can go to the groundwater board to see that, but it needs to be an issue because it's the biggest issue we have. And
You're right.
We have to do something, and we have to, as the general manager said, we've got to have some curb appeal, and so I see people doing that too. We're all trying to make this a better place, and that parade ground and that pool area is the first thing that you see. And I just want to say one more thing. I wish I could find another word besides calling it a pool. Because basically, it's just the creek that runs through some concrete for a little while.
Yeah.
It's not a pool. It's a place that's clean for us to get in fresh spring water, and we need to start saying that to people. And I want to thank when Alicia asked people to go to the meetings. Our board is there. I was there on Wednesday night, and three of our board members were there. They're caring. They're not bragging about it, but they should be because it's absolutely essential to this community. And so I want to thank those of you who are coming, all of you who've gone to flood mitigation meetings, all of that, and thank all of you for curtailing the water usage because it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
One thing I have to say, I've been working on an app/website that displays gauges with the mud well level and the well level in the spring and other flow and thresholds and red lines and stuff. And if any of you guys want to look at that, let me know and I will tell you. It updates every 6 hours. You can see how deep the mud level is, how deep the spring is, what the flow's going. So if any of you are interested, talk to me afterwards. Thanks.
And I just want to state, the board is fully aware of the situation that we're in, and it does not take, I'm sounding a little crappy, it does not take the entire board to go to every single meeting for the entire board not to be concerned and educated on what is going on. So that's just my 2 cents on that one.
yeah,
Excuse me?
I agree.
Sure helps. More people, more bodies.
Do you have any?
Firmer stand.
I got something. In regards to the pool, if it rains, and I'm praying that it does, this is nothing official, but my preference would be that we open up Memorial Day weekend, fill it up Memorial Day weekend and 4th of July weekend if it rains and we're able to buy water. Preferably, the water will already be there, so we may not have to buy it, but I'm going to pray real hard that we can open up and fill up that pool by Memorial Day this year and then 4th of July for sure. I'm willing to put my vote in to pay for that water so we can fill up the pool.
I agree with Memo 100%. And at some point today, I was going to do it in announcements. So thank you for talking about people being conservation minded and watering their lawns by hand. At one point, I owned like 9 lots on the fort, and we don't water our grass. A lot of that's just my personal preference, but a lot of that's because water is, we should be conserving water. Now, there's two parts to that, not sides, but parts. And that's it. We should conserve water to be good stewards of. Sometimes you drive around the fort and there's people watering their lawn and the water's running out in the road.
Yeah.
Whether we were flooding or not flooding, that's irresponsible in my mind. And then secondly is that we, in the situation conditions that we've been in really for years now, 5 years, I think that we need to take it upon ourselves to set the example. You don't have to look very far. There aren't a lot of examples being set. So we need to set the example as a community that we need to start hand watering. We need to have voluntary restrictions. Because if we set the example, maybe we can get the city to set some examples. And maybe if we can get the city to set examples and we're setting those examples, maybe we can get the county to set some examples. So I think we need to lead in this front and that we don't just need to demand that somehow magically our spring is going to flow. We need to set the example and say that we're willing to sacrifice in order to achieve a goal that we're not sure that can be achieved. We don't know that with certainty, but we're willing to sacrifice something in order to get from point A to point B. And that others also need to be willing to sacrifice to get from point A to point B.
Why don't we follow, for example, San Antonio? They've got different levels of drought restrictions. And I think we should have something like that in place. Kinney County doesn't. And it's crazy because we have droughts. And you should water between this time and that time. Just maybe people don't know.
Sure.
But in reality, the water usage of the Fort Clark mud in the city is small compared to irrigators, farmers, and whatnot. It's a small amount.
I agree. But if we have to play our part, and we as a community, Fort Clark Springs, should set the example by having a mitigation plan. A drought mitigation plan. In other words, fountains are not, I have a little fountain I'm reconstructing, but I'm not going to run it during the drought because of they don't do it in I've learned a lot from San Antonio Water Systems, their conservation department, and we need to explore something like that. Just a general mitigation plan where, you don't water between hand watering only, you don't water between you water at 5 in the morning or 8 at night, but certainly not at 3:30 in the afternoon. Your sprinklers going. So that's
one thing.
Real quick, Ms. Christensen and everyone, we have an elected board. It's Kinney County Groundwater District. These are elected officials by the county, and they have public meetings. And we have a very active group here from Fort Clark that keep this board's feet to the fire. It's time to start keeping everyone who's elected feet to the fire as well.
Thank you. That's right. And they have not addressed a drought mitigation. We've brought it up quite a few times, but I appreciate that they are elected officials and they need to respond.
I mean, there's currently a rules committee developing a drought plan. Now, we'll see where that goes. I'm on the rules committee, but people watering their grass, okay, that's great, let's cut back. But there's a lot bigger things to worry about than just that one thing. There's large permits in the county that people have.
We're talking about just taking the lead.
Yes, I agree, but I don't know that that's going to motivate irrigators to want to water their grass.
But it's either take the lead or, without going into any hypotheticals, swinging whatever you want to swing it at whoever you want to swing it at. I think the first step is that we need to take the lead, and then from there, see what doors God opens for us. But outside of that, we can't just go on the attack right off the bat.
Right.
That's not the proper way to do things. We know all of us know how that feels, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
So personally, and then one thing, Travis, at least you are right. I did a job in the Dominion this last week. And I've never been in there before, and it's a pretty unique place. I don't know if anybody else has been in there, but when you go by each of the neighborhoods within Dominion, because it's like a gated community with a whole bunch of other gated communities. It's confusing, but there's signs everywhere that say, this area is watered on Monday. This area gets watered on Friday. This area, and you know, they're very organized and very, I don't know. It was neat to see that type of organization within a community.
It's not demanding, it works.
It shows a lot. There are examples of how we can be as a community out there. We're not cutting a new cloth here. So I just think we need to lead in this and not attack anybody, but just let's set the example and then see where it goes from there.
I'd love to work on mitigation plan. Anyway.
Well, I think we as a governing board of the homeowners association, at a minimum, should include dispatches of encouragement. I mean, we don't run the water system, so we can't impose any penalties, but we can certainly, and I think we have, in our various discussions, we have talked about how important it is to conserve, how important it is to identify the problems that are causing us to be in this position. So if we do nothing else, we at least send out dispatches encouraging people to please recognize the spot that we're in and to conserve water at every turn.
Travis.
Okay, thank you. So yes, I'd like to reiterate what John was saying about setting the example, because not only does that set the example for our own community, but what it does at a state level is allows us to reach out and will be recognized by different organizations throughout the state. And when they realize that we're doing our part on our own, they can then help step in and further that effort, whether that's through funding of better irrigation or landscaping. But if we're doing it ourselves, it's like anytime you go and talk to these foundations or different organizations about water across the state of Texas, they are all, the first question is, well, what are you doing yourself? And so if we're doing that already, that's going to help us when it comes to that. And it also bring more attention to what we're doing and maybe more eyes to the situation in the county. Now, I'm going to move, transition to topics, because that's a very important topic that the board's been discussing around us leading the way in that. There's one piece that, and I hear a lot of talk at the water district meetings and at any water conversations about the usage of the water in the county. And one thing that's different in this county and in this water district is that on day one, if you hold a permit in this county, you pay for your full permit, whether you use it or not. There is no incentive, and there's probably some insurance reasons that you would want to use that, because they're going to be asked those questions as well. So if I have 1,000 acre feet and I don't pump 1 gallon for the whole year, I still pay for 1,000 acre feet in Kinney County. That is not the same in other water districts across the state. And that is one of the things that as a community, we need to be drawing attention to when we go to the water district. That doesn't have a thing to say about who's pumping, why they're pumping, what they're using the water for. That is an effort that is not, contentious. It's about talking about the rules that are in place. And that's a situation that we're going to run into here, because we hold a permit at MUD for 670 acre feet, or somewhere right in that range. Currently, we have a water loss that's about 50% over the last 7 years, which means that as MUD works and the MUD board works to mitigate that risk through programs that are available through the state, and we lower that usage. So that usage for our community should be around 350, 400 acre feet. So that's going to be 200 acre feet less. Well, once we're doing that and we get to that point, MUD is still going to pay for 680 or 670 acre feet. So that's an expense that we all incur, and that's something that we should be looking at as well. So it's a twofold issue. We should only be paying in the county under the water district for what you use on your permit, and that may incentivize people to lessen that flow. And so I only bring that up because it's a much more nuanced topic, but there are a lot of ways to go about this without going after individuals or specific groups. And I think that if we work together as a community, we can draw attention to these things. And from a mud perspective, we can start looking at that as we move our permit down, because that is an expense that's going to come out of all of your pockets.
Thank you.
But the mud permit, to my knowledge, they get kind of close to it, right?
We get close to it today because we have water loss. So we're 670 acre feet, where our water loss for the last 7 years is over 50%, which is stated in the financial records that are 50%. Now, granted, water loss is not, and I stopped myself when I said leakage, because it's not truly water leakage. The difference, the calculation for water loss.
I'm sorry. I know all of this is important, but we're kind of getting way off of where we are.
This has everything to do with filling the pool or not filling the pool and water usage.
It's a side.
Okay.
I have a totally different topic, and it'll be short and sweet.
We are on the pool.
Oh, you're still on the pool. When you're done, I'll sit here and wait.
Why doesn't everybody just rock their
Everybody
yard?
else can get up and talk, but that's twice now.
Are you gonna buy the rock?
But we're on a specific topic.
Okay, when you get through, I'd like to speak.
So on the pool, I'm with you, Mimo. I think fill the pool if it's responsible in coordination with MUD for the specific events that we would generally do it for in these conditions.
Very good.
I mean, that's how I feel about it. How do you?
No, I'd like to fill the pool. Let's fill the pool. I mean, assuming we're not going to drain the, which is already drained, so, you know.
Well, I don't. Does anybody else have anything they want to say about that? No.
I've already said it.
Okay. It's not for a vote. We're just discussing on how we go. Obviously, whatever decisions are made, we'll be making them in a responsible manner in coordination with MUD and the conditions that are out there. So the next item on the agenda is the golf course. Linda, if it's not one of the agenda items.
I've tried for 2 months now to get going on 2 small projects, and I don't get anywhere. I don't get any answers. I don't get anywhere, and they're important. They're both historical buildings that aren't plaqued, so they won't spend any money on it.
But have you asked to put it on the agenda?
No.
Okay.
I have not asked to put it on the
Okay, because
agenda.
I
have given it to a board member twice, and I get nowhere. So that I'm getting frustrated. We have a building that has windows missing. There's a board over one because it's not plaqued. Nobody wants to touch it.
Right. Well, I think I don't want to get too deep into this right now, but I do know that I've had a conversation with Preservation, and the glass people are supposed to be giving a bid to us for those buildings that are not plaqued to get that glass.
Is that what happened? No, I gave you.
Can you go to the mic?
Yes, I gave you a bid.
Oh, yeah.
And what happened with that? Did it go anywhere?
No.
Oh, I didn't know it was we did.
I mean, they made a bid of just under $2,000 to fix 3 or 4 windows at the commissary, and one was totally gone, totally open, and it had been a month. That's why I'm getting a little frustrated. Then I'm now noticing at the very peak, that building has wooden shingles. Is that the correct term? And we have at least half a dozen or more that have been removed by the weather. So I'm asking that somebody look at that building and do something about it before we have major problems. I mean, I was president of Preservation, and I spent $8,000 on the backside of that building with Preservation money, even though I didn't have a plaque, because that was what the priority was.
Well, the GM can hear you, and I guess Preservation.
So if I can work with her, I would happy.
Work with me, please, because
I just
But wouldn't it be proper for Preservation? Like, I'm aware, you and I talked about this like a month ago, but Preservation would send that. Preservation would send that to us and we would address it, but I haven't seen anything.
Not yet. All I had was a verbal on that they were going to send us a bid.
I recall Mr. Bitter had submitted something and we approved some money for the commissary.
Yeah, but it was for the commissary, it wasn't for the additional stuff for that.
It wasn't for the additional.
I never saw that bid, Linda, unless it went straight to
Okay,
the
well, I'm
office.
not
If it went
trying
to
to be
admin.
pointing fingers. I'm just trying to light the fire again, and I think I'm doing it.
Okay.
This lady and I can work on this if you.
You always do that.
I know. Now, I have one more. I have one more issue. I know that these are all.
Linda.
Take 2 seconds. I've been waiting for 2 hours.
Stretching the rubber band.
Anyway, the barn, no one is putting out, you know, those little trap things that we used to pay somebody to do to kill termites. And that has all gone to kaputzi for 2 years now. We paid $37,000 to replace all of the supports in that barn, and we're going to be going right at it again. If do we not have someone?
We had somebody inspect it.
Yeah.
And at this point, there are no active that they can find termite.
Do we not treat our other buildings for bugs here?
Not for termites.
Both
No.
of them.
Because termites is a different thing, but that has been under discussion by the board.
Okay.
And the cost.
It's been 2 years. The traps have all been pulled up by the kids. Where there's nothing being done. I'll speak with you again on that if that's okay.
Oh, of course it is.
I mean, I
And
understand you guys are busy, but somebody's got to babysit these buildings.
Somebody has inspected the stables.
Well, we appreciate that too, but yeah, we haven't turned a blind eye to it.
No.
We just,
No,
we're
it's
discussing
just
this.
you've got so much to deal with. I understand.
You just let Cassie know, because I told her anywhere in the afternoon from 2 to I leave, whenever our conversation is done, she'll put it on my calendar and we can talk.
Okay,
Whatever
that's
you
fine.
need.
At least making some headway here. Thank you.
And remember, for one, you can send to Charlena and to the board. And I always say, cast a wide net. Don't send it to one, send it to all. Just to make sure, because we are busy and things fall through the cracks. But if it comes to all of us, then it's less likely to happen. Doesn't mean it won't happen.
If you hand me a
It's less
piece of
likely.
paper, don't count on it going anywhere. No paper.
Amen to that.
You gotta email it to me if you want it to go somewhere. Paper, I can't keep up with paper.
All right,
so I don't do that.
golf course. Can you, Max couldn't be here. Can you just kind of?
It's probably a good thing.
Because he's a
John,
talker.
John, you can talk about that.
Well, I don't know that I was gonna talk about what you want to talk about.
No. About what we're up against and what we're gonna have to do.
Yeah.
That's what you're gonna talk about?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so just a little history. In 1982-ish, or whatever,
Were you in high school?
maybe, I wasn't even born yet.
Oh, geez.
Just so you know, I was in high school. I graduated in 81.
There was the original system in the golf course was a 100 horsepower pump, which would supply roughly 100 psi of water pressure to the golf course. So at some point in the past, there was a system that was allowed the golf course to be watered at one time the entire course. I don't know if that's a great idea today, but somewhere sometimes in the past, at some time in the past, that's been dropped down to a 75 horsepower pump.
2011.
In 2011, probably for money reasons. The 100 horsepowers are really expensive, and we don't know why those decisions were made, but it was dropped to a 75 horsepower pump, which will supply about 70 to 80 psi in the golf course. You can water 1/9 at one time, and then you got to swap nines. Currently, we had a pump rebuilt that is not even meeting the requirements of 75 horsepower. So we've been without water for months. We've now got water because of another apparatus that takes water out of the evaporation pools or whatever in the back. And that wasn't working. So that all got fixed, but now the pump won't supply the right kind of pressure to the golf course. So we've already replaced the pump. We've replaced actually both pumps. And now one of the pumps that was replaced has to also be replaced again because it can't meet the requirements. It's not meeting the requirements of horsepower that's necessary. So we have has it been approved?
No.
No. We have an email vote going on because we couldn't, the agenda and notice requirements couldn't be made for a new pump to be installed at 73 horsepower, but it'll be made by a company in Houston that will get us back to that 70 to 80 PSI so we can water the golf course. Now, I'm going to go on a slight tangent and just say that that's the golf course summary. We're trying to do everything that we can in the world to get water to the golf course. But since we are on the topic of water, the water doesn't come out of the ground. The water is the
Sewer water.
It is a sewer water from mud. Okay, so it's an agreement that was signed in 1981 or 1982 for them to have rights to 40 acres for $1, and we get all the water we need for the golf course. So it's not groundwater. Well, it technically is, but it's used.
It's been on a trip.
And the other thing is, I think there's been some grumblings in the community about the amount of money being spent on the golf course, and I've given that a lot of thought as to where we've spent money on the golf course. The golf committee pretty much covers the electives of the golf course. They deal with sand traps or new flag sticks, that kind of stuff. They help do that as their own personal pet projects. We have only spent money at the golf course for water pumps and chemicals, sprinklers, pipe, irrigation stuff that's broken, that needs to be fixed. But it also needs to be noted, and Tony, stop me or tell me if I say something wrong, but we have, through some changing in personnel at the golf course, we have saved a considerable amount of money in a fiscal year. And that money that we've saved will have paid for the pumps for this year. I'm trying not to violate any privacy stuff. But we really aren't going to spend any more money on the golf course than we would typically spend in a year's time because of the savings that we've somewhat created. And now, Max has done a great job, and he's taken ownership over the golf course. And so it looks like a lot of things are going on there. But just please know that we are only spending money, the only things we have spent money on are chemicals that are ultimately necessary for the health of the greens, and then pumps in order to get the water to the golf course. And that's it. No, we're not spending it on, those guys that have their own Ferraris to drive around. So, and that's all I know, unless somebody else has anything to add.
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit to it. In speaking to Max, I learned that right now it's taking the person that's watering, he's not able to water the entire golf course in the 8 hours that he's working it. With his new pipe pump, he's gonna be able to do all the entire golf course within that 8 hours because there's gonna be more water going out. My only concern is, and I'm not in disagreement with what we're about to do, not today, but real soon, is that just to give everyone a little history. Since I've been on the board, I think we're now probably, after this approval of this money, is going to exceed $30,000 in just pumps and machinery that we need to put out there to get this water out. That doesn't include the year before I got on the board, we leased all the golf carts that are out there. Not least, we financed the purchasing of the golf courts out there, and unfortunately, we're still paying that monthly. I think we're almost done. And the reason I know that is because I'm signing the checks. So a lot of money has gone onto the golf course. For whatever reason, it was neglected. The water needs to be on the golf course to make it nice. It's a hard hit. It's one of these big things that we're all paying. And hopefully in the near future, the golf course will start making and turn around with some monies. But since I've been here, I think I've approved, after this one, I think we're going to exceed $30,000 in machinery for the golf course. Once we get the vote done. Thank you.
And, now that he's depressed everybody.
No, just informing everyone.
It's what's the problem without the entire board? A lot of years of lack of maintaining equipment, infrastructure, and we're just paying for it. And as much as we would like new fancy things, we have to get the foundation of the association fixed. Plumbing, electrical, machinery, And it's not fun and it's not fancy and it costs us money, but if we want to go forward, we have to have those things. We can't put a second story on a house that has a foundation that's not solid. And so know that we're acutely aware of the cost that we're spending, and it hurts us every single time that we have to make the vote to do it. We're not being flippant about it. We're trying to be good stewards because we live here also, and this is our home, and we want the money to go as far as we can make it go.
More questions?
Good. Okay. It's really a sad story. We spent, I don't know how many thousands on trees, and we planted them, and of course we've got a drought, so they're not getting watered. There's 19 trees on the golf course that we bought. Probably 16 are dead.
They weren't planted correctly, they weren't watered
They
correctly when they were
watered,
first planted.
and
I paid
okay, we try to
$200
make
for
an
my
excuse, we've
tree.
had a drought.
What happened to my
Hold on,
$200?
hold on, you get a line.
5.
So, I guess it's time to remove those trees. They're dead. It looks terrible when you're on the golf course and you see these, 3 feet dead.
I know what you mean, Ms. Allen, because I've gotten calls regarding the trees.
Yeah.
FYI, we're gonna add to this, the trees are being watered. We have lost them, and we spend in excess of $20,000 for those trees.
Right.
So I'm very clear on that.
I think even if you water dead trees, I mean.
Well, I don't know if they're watering the dead trees, but they're watering the trees. There's quite a few trees in the parade grounds that are doing well.
Oh, the parade ground?
Yes.
I'm talking just the golf course.
Well, the golf course, I
19.
believe you. I believe you.
I paid for one of them, and it's perfect. It's on hole number 14, but it must be in
a better spot.
We've been watering them personally, but
You just have a way of making things better.
Yeah.
I water one on the creek. I water one on the creek myself.
Yeah, and so, some of us have done a little extra to go there and throw 2 gallons of water on the roots. But they're so ugly, I'm asking, one of these days, they need to be removed.
Maintenance has been instructed to water them weekly.
Yeah.
And they were out here, I think, this past week. So, but they are instructed to water weekly.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
How you do it when you
Okay, I know this is painful and it hurts, but it's off topic for the golf course, and we are trying to find out what kind of, I think we have 5 years on the tree, so I am trying to see if we can get replacements or such for that. I don't hold a lot of hope, but we're gonna try. So.
Okay, speaking of the watering on the golf course, I know that I walk my dogs often right past on that road, and that road is always getting this water sprayed right on it. And that it's, we have to really be careful walking around, or anyway, I don't think the road is where we're wanting to water. So if that watering could be done, and it's been for the last few years like that, so if that water could be redirected to, and I think Memo, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, on Ironside, right? Right there on Ironside.
Yeah, right there in front of
yes, where the big trees at.
Yes. And so if that water could be redirected to go where, maybe to water a tree or something, that would be.
Maybe we should have planted the tree right there where the water is.
That would be a better idea. And may I go off topic while I'm standing here and just for
Linda,
2 seconds?
where is
But it has
she?
to do with water. But it has to do with water. Has to do with water. There is the conservation back in the very back where they have the 3 things of water.
The retention ponds, yes.
Yeah, they have fence around there, but some of that fence is being taken down. Can somebody explain to me what that's for, why that's being done?
That would be a mud question. I would speak to somebody at mud, because that's the property they use.
Okay, because there's a little hut there.
Oh,
Where
that,
the
that
duck
was
for
a
the
bird hut.
Yeah, is that being, that's
It's
not
being
taken.
torn down because it's not salvageable, it was not maintained. And that's on mud property.
That would be a mud question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've
property.
enjoyed going out there and taking pictures of the ducks. And I hate to see it.
Thank you.
Actually, there's somebody that is talking to Mud about that.
Oh, okay.
That was one of our residents that live here, and he's got material to build it.
Oh,
So
okay.
he was talking to one of the directors over there to see if they would let him do that. And I will find out on Monday if they approved it or not for him.
Did everybody hear that?
No.
Okay, so there is a member that is talking to a director at MUD that has materials and is gonna discuss trying to get it rebuilt. So, we have that, and I can speak to Max or about the water at that corner.
I'll talk to Max.
Okay. All right.
Do you know where that's at, the location? she's talking
I'll go
about?
look.
I'll show you.
Okay, you show me.
All right, so now we're down to the last, and that's just a quick update, and I stated a little bit at the beginning about the past due notices. Like I said, a lot of people have come in since we sent out the statement and brought their accounts into up to par, but we still do have a lot out there, and we are contacting them individually and basically giving them the option of, you know, pay in full, make a payment plan, or we're sending you to collections. So we just want the members to know that we're acutely aware of our accounts receivable, and we're not just letting it sit there, and that the members that live here and enjoy this sport need to pay for their, just like the rest of us.
Can I piggyback on that?
Yes.
Just so that everybody understands, because I think that could, just don't misconstrue what she's saying with aggressiveness, I guess, maybe. Because, and somebody that gets this letter or notice may construe it as that, may interpret it as that. But at one point, we had over $600,000 in bad debt. We currently have $479,507 in bad debt. Some of that's past due, like late fees. Some of it's been because of the unbelievable lack of accounting for, years and years. But it's still $480,000 that the fort should have in its coffers in order to do some of the things that y'all ask us to do. And so, when you hear your neighbor griping about, well, I got this letter from the fort and they're sorry, you know what? There's $480,000 floating around out there that can be used for a lot of things that people are running raffles for, fundraisers, all this stuff. Helena here doing the recycle center, and I mean, there's just so many things that money could go to, and we don't have access to it. So it's important that we try to get that money, and that's what it's really about.
That's going to be nicely aggressive.
Just for clarification, the members are gonna get a call first, correct? Are they gonna start calling?
If we have a valid number, yeah. But we're taking it a chunk at a time. There's too many to do. But to also be clear, we have gone in a short amount of time from the black system to QuickBooks to a new QuickBooks file because of the mess that was there. So there are still things that are not correct. So anybody we reach out to, we are going through those files and fixing anything that is wrong. We're not just saying, this is what you owe and that's it. There is a discussion between the members. So if it goes out and people start griping and like they put on Facebook and they've got it all wrong, and it's like we are doing everything we can to like everything else, you can't just make it perfect right away. But we are more than willing to go back. We're willing to work with people. If there's late fees that need to be waived, we'll waive them. But we're not going to waive them just to waive them. But if your ACH, all of a sudden stopped, or your credit card, we are responsible for our own accounts. But there has been a lack of notice to the member when that thing happens. So it can be a surprise if you get a bill all of a sudden for a bunch of money. And so we're trying to work with everybody, but we need to get the accounts up. Is that?
Does the money, just that I'm clear for my own sanity, on on the liabilities, does the 497 include what we already have with attorneys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is a large chunk with the attorneys that have been there for the last year or so, and the process is long to try to get either the money or foreclosure. So there is a chunk of that that is already with the attorneys. And with this next, I don't want to see anybody go to the attorneys. I want to see, and we want to help those people that need help, but we all have to pay our assessments, and the fort lives or dies by that. So
I would encourage everyone here to double check on your accounts just to make sure everything is correct. And I would encourage everyone on TV land to come on in and check your accounts. It's important that it's the member's responsibility to make sure everything is current. So please come and double check, come on in, make an appointment, and have them revise your account. Thank you.
I mean, after all, if you purchased property in Fort Clark, you knew that there was a homeowners association fee. And I don't mean to sound cold when I say that, but in reality, what you just said, Memo, is the recap of it. It is the property owner's responsibility. And for whatever reason, the collection of those fees has been neglected. I'm not pointing the finger at anybody. I'm not throwing daggers at anybody. But the process previous to this board was lacking, and it's taken a long time. I've been on this board not quite a year yet. And the issues that have been raised about what needed correction and needed attention are, in my view, completely overwhelming. And so there's been a lot of progress made. If we can continue to encourage property owners to live up to their responsibility, come in and get those accounts straight, that's going to go a long way. But unfortunately, we do have to engage in this process of making contact with them and maybe even making a few threats if necessary, because when you own property here, you have to pay those fees.
thank you, Tommy. Well, if there's nothing else on that,
I have some closing points.
you have some closing points?
Are we done?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? I'll make it very quick, but it's something that I'm concerned about, and I think other people might be. I've never seen anybody check the fire hydrants. Is there a, procedure for that, making sure they work? At the end of my street on Mesquite, we have a trail, and we have a fire starter somewhere within our area here who likes to start little fires. And that is just a tinderbox.
Steve, does Mud handle that?
I have no idea, but I'll ask.
Mud doesn't handle the fire hydrants?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
Well, let's find out who does. Because I
They need
don't
to be
think
checked.
it's ever been checked. So just a liability issue for the fort. I'd like to know what that procedure is at some point, and hopefully we can catch this person who likes to start little fires.
Thank you. Please report them if you see them.
I'm sorry.
Please report them if you see them, and that's what I would.
Well, that's the problem. They're very slippery, and maybe some cameras kind of put in different places might help. We can't just sit out there waiting for the person, but we pretty well have an idea who it is, but we can't prove it. So do we have to wait for a fire?
No, it's a discussion we're having.
Yeah, okay, but I'd like the fire hydrants checked.
Thank you.
That is right coming toward my house.
Thank you, Ms. Hubert.
We can't water the grass, it's dying, so. Thank you.
And I'll segue into that regarding reporting anything. There's just a couple of things I wanted to mention. Again, ladies and gentlemen, here and in TV land, you all have issues, criminal issues, speeding issues, please contact the sheriff's office. They need to maintain their laws regarding these calls, and they need to be out here patrolling Fort Clark Springs. The sheriff's office is a county office. The sheriff is an elected official. or Clark Springs is in Kinney County. Thus, I urge everyone to continue calling the sheriff's office if you have any issues. Information regarding criminal behavior. Second, several members have mentioned to me regarding paving on the streets. I know a few months ago, or maybe a year ago, we bought some asphalt and we covered up some holes. But I am aware, we are aware of the continual potholes in Unit 14. We haven't finished, we started, but we haven't finished the pothole issue in Unit 1. And we're aware of all the potholes on Chandler. Hopefully we can discover a little bit of money, get some more asphalt, and get those streets fixed. So we're not ignoring that neighborhood. We're not ignoring anyone. We're aware of it. This issue, along with the other issues we're trying to address. Finally, I want to thank all the people who voted for me in this past election. All the members, I'm very appreciative for this second opportunity, and I hope to serve the board and this community as best I can. Most of you all know me. I'm easy to get a hold of, so reach out at any time. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Sure.
We've talked about this a little bit in the past. Would anybody have an interest in, and I'm not saying, in the beginning of this, of us trying to get ourselves sorted out and a lot of the affairs of the fort sorted out, we didn't have a lot of time on the agenda for anything other than that. But as time's gone on and things are getting more organized and we get a little bit better at what we do, it seems like we have a little bit shorter agendas and a little bit more time. And
Don't jinx it.
Yeah. Would anybody be opposed or have any thoughts, quick thoughts on an agenda item that's basically like a set time of 20 minutes for a town hall? And just for exactly what's happened today, we're not staying in the confines of Robert's rules and how things should be held in a general meeting, but having a town hall prepared every meeting for 20 minutes or something along those lines. What do y'all think?
Great idea.
That's great.
We see you. Yes, sir.
Isn't that the function of community council? To bring the problems to the board? And, the community council would have the town hall meeting to bring the stuff to the board, as opposed to having 59 people come up to you at a board meeting with each individual complaint.
I don't disagree with that. Mrs. Bitter, do you have a comment on it?
I think that's what we're for.
I mean, but do you have a comment on having a town hall situation at the end of the meeting for 20 minutes?
I don't think that would be good.
Or whatever, it could be one person, it could be two people.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a thought. We'll keep talking over. But I want to make one clarification on what Memo said. And Tony, correct me if I'm wrong. It is y'all's obligation to call the sheriff's department when there's criminal activity, not speeding. I think it would have to running a stop sign, speeding, those kinds of things. You don't call it, the sheriff's department can't technically patrol the fort for those violations. Obviously, breaking, entering, something along those lines, yes. But you brought up speeding and then mentioned calling the cops, and I don't think that I don't think that's the way that works.
For clarification, there's people that I've witnessed them going at least, and Pat, people going 60, 70 miles per hour on Fort Park Road.
Yeah, but
that
I
is
think
a serious violation. At the minimal, if someone notices the car, they can call it in.
Sure, but I think that would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that would fall more under like reckless endangerment, which would not be speeding. Just for clarification's sake.
I want the public to call the sheriff's office. It's up to them whether they call or not.
Yeah, it is. You're right. I'm just.
Let me mention this as well, John. While it's true that calling the sheriff's office about somebody speeding is not going to result in immediate relief or remedy, But the fact is, remember, we are currently engaged in working on a process, and Helena was very instrumental in giving us a head start, working on a process of determining when someone can or should be banned from the fort. Now, there's a lot of details that go into that, but something other than actual criminal activity should be noted as well, because we want to make this place safe. Safe from conduct that is irresponsible, safe from conduct that could cause damage to someone or someone's property. So we as a community should join together collectively to help identify those problems. And ultimately, I think we're going to get to a point to where we have a more precise process of determining if someone is engaged in conduct that we don't want happening on the fort, and then impose a penalty of some kind, whether it amounts to being banned from the fort for someone who doesn't live on the fort, or imposing some other kind of penalty. But I, like Memo, would encourage you, call 911, call the sheriff's office when you see something happening, because technically speaking, that's the only way we can document that kind of activity, which, if it doesn't result in a criminal prosecution or an arrest, it could at a minimum result in some evidence that we can use to impose penalties or ban someone from coming onto the fort. So everything that you said is accurate. I just don't want to identify necessarily as two separate processes, because one can complement the other. We can get evidence of what we need to impose a penalty or ban someone from any investigation that the sheriff's office conducts, or vice versa. So it's really important for all of us to protect each other in our community by identifying those that are engaged in conduct that is either criminal or just bad stuff that could result in damage to a person or property.
Thank you, Tony. And when it comes to speeding, animals, dogs, we have to know who they are. I see posts on Facebook, this car is driving 70 miles an hour down Fort Clark Road. If there's no license plate, if we don't know who they are, we can't find them. If there's a dog running down the street and we don't know who they belong to, and we can't find them, and security can't pick them up, shouldn't pick them up. So we have to have the help of the community. I know it's hard. A lot of times the speeding's at night. I live on Fort Clark Road too, and it's like I'm out there and I'm not fast enough, to get the. But yes, and our security is to observe and report. They do not get involved. So anything that needs involving needs to call the police department. The sheriff's office needs to come. So that's it. All right. We are adjourned to executive session.
Let me say one more thing.
Yes, sir.
I want to express my gratitude for the board allowing me to appear by Zoom. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your point of view, I have other work that takes me out of town and the state at times, but I genuinely appreciate it. I have a wholehearted interest in this place, and I want to continue to contribute as much as I can. And given this opportunity, I wanted to say how much I appreciate being able to appear this way.
Thank you, Tony. What time?
11:02.
We're adjourned to executive session. 11:08.
For those of y'all still watching, we're gonna start
Well, that's before I
in
knew you.
about 2 or 3 minutes.
It is
3:13.
It is 3:13 and we're reconvening from executive session. We did not make any decisions that we need to vote on. So we are adjourned for the day at 3:01 and a half. 3:13. Oh, 3:13.